Alright, so what's going on, fellas? Looks like we got a few people in here already. We got Jose Ferreira, Delmar Franks, Aaron, welcome to the stream, buddy. He's in Best Buy. That's depressing. And we got Richard at the first layer. Welcome to the stream, Richard. Good morning. Let's see, we got Nick. Did I miss anybody else? I think everybody's here. So most of the community is enjoying the Rocky Mountains fresh air. I hear you. Yeah, well today it's raining. Me and the wife was wanting to head up to Stone Mountain. Good morning, afternoon for you for now. I hear you, buddy. Yeah, it's afternoon here for me as well. There's Jack Black. What's up, Jack Black? How you doing, buddy? I don't know if I got this new iBoss fillet dryer, and I came in and turned it on trying to get this PA6 nylon dried out. I don't know if that fan's creating a bunch of racket on here or not. Basically what I want to do today is I'm going to try to set up this adaptive mesh in Purging. I don't know how well it's going to go. You can see our robo duck. He's done multiplied, and he's taken up weapons. Yep, he's looking at you guys. But anyway, yeah, that's what I'm after today. One thing, the last stream, I was having a hard time getting ABS to adhere to my build plate, and we went back and forth about the temperature. Yeah, it does. It's coming a long way. First layer, we got her fully enclosed now, so all the doors will shut up on it. I got the front skirts on. I still need to finish printing all the other skirts as well. See, I still got all these right here along the side to do. I do have the parts. I'd already had those printed in the past, or as I was printing all the parts for this build, but I still got a few more things to print, and I need to get my exhaust filter and all that stuff printed out. But it's printing itself now. But what I was getting at was, so I had bought a new heated mat for it through KB3D, and it was the Mini Max, and I wound up having some adhesion issues with the build plate, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And then the printer actually it throwed a code, and got to looking into it, and what it was is I had the wrong thermistor selected for the actual Canovo heater mat. I just went with the generic one, and Jack Black says it needs a couple servos. Yeah. But I'd selected the generic one in the initial configuration, but actually I had the wrong one selected for the Mini Max. So once I got the thermistor squared away, I haven't had any layer adhesion issues, and as I went along with getting this thing enclosed, the more I got it enclosed, the more the prints started sticking really well. Robo Duck, yeah, he's got his little small army. They're multiplying, and he's done took up weapons. He don't like the fact I cut his head off. Put him on a new body. Yep. But anyway, that's what I'm after today. Thanks to Aaron, he reached out to me through the guy that I used his. I wound up using his NeoPixel, I guess you could say macros, and got this thing set up on the stealth burner. He also reached out to me on Discord, and thanks, Aaron. It was a great conversation, and he sent me the link for the KAMP, it's Klipper adaptive mesh and purging, and that's what I'm after today. And I'm hoping to get this set up in the printer.config, and that way it don't have to, map out the whole bed or whatever, do all the bed leveling through that. Hey, I appreciate you, Aaron. It was a big deal. It was a big deal to me. It's nice having people out there. This community, when it comes to 3D printing, it's been absolutely amazing. This printer wouldn't have got as far as it has without the majority of you guys. First Larry, he helped me get my camera set up the other night. I was having issues with it. I got a little camera set up as far as for the, just monitoring the prints and stuff. A little webcam. That's what you have to do with yours as well. You want to set up the KAMP as well, First Layer. So again, most of you guys that's been in here quite a bit, y'all know that I'm very new to this stuff and G-code and macros and configuring this printer and Klipper. So I'm gonna stumble through it a little bit and we'll see what happens. We'll see if we can't get her set up. I definitely would like to have it set up where it does do the purge line, because here recently, like whenever I start a print, basically all I have to rely on is the skirt to get it going, which it's usually going pretty good by the time it gets ready to go to the print. But I'd like to have that little purge line to get it going. So I'm gonna we'll switch over to the next screen here, and is the music playing? Like I said, is this little filler dryer, is this fan creating too much racket in the microphone for you guys? A little curious about that. When I came in, I thought for some reason that the printer had started cooling itself for some reason, which I haven't heated it up or powered it. It's on, but I haven't really tried to bring the chamber up to temperature yet. But yeah, she's fully enclosed and it's ready to go, fellas. Music's fine. Alright, John Strand. Well, that's not an Ender 3. No, it's not an Ender 3. Definitely not an Ender 3. We have one over here, and I was looking at some of they've made some changes in the boron design, or the guys, as far as the Ender 3 to switch wire conversion, and I'll go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. I've started ordering a little bit of parts to convert this Ender over to a full switch wire conversion, and they've done a lot of updates to it since the first time I had seen the switch wire conversion on Steve Build's stream, and I'm looking forward to getting this little project started too. So you don't hear it, but you have two printers going. I hear you, buddy. But yeah, let me switch over the scene here to the actual website here for the KAMP. That's the printer. You can see it looks like First Larry, he's actually got me working pretty good now with my stream cam. He helped me out with that the other night. Very thankful for that. But yeah, I'm looking to get this right here set up. So don't know nothing about it. I know it was talked about a little bit during my stream last week, and Modbot had put out a video of how to get it all set up and whatnot. So adaptive meshing is what we're after, and I guess basically what this does is it just keeps the bed mesh that it creates strictly to the actual print object. I guess where the actual object that I'm going to be printing, it won't have to print or probe so many points. So maybe we'll get it to where it's actually moving and getting started printing a whole lot quicker. The thing that takes the longest, and I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Let's bring this chamber. We got it closed up. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this thing up to printing temperatures. So now, now that I actually have an enclosed chamber, I'm wondering if I might ought to enable the part cooling now. I haven't done most of the printing I've been doing is open air, so I don't use the part cooling. What probe am I using? John Strand, we're using it's called the Untap. It's basically the tap, but it doesn't have the optical sensor. It's using, I guess you could say, something similar to like a switch, like what you'd have on your X and Y axes, so to speak. It breaks a signal. I've set it up in some of my earlier streams and stuff, and I kind of was working through that as I was building this printer, and it's set up and it's working really well. So I have no complaints about tap or even the untap, and I really don't have any desire to even try to put an optical sensor on it. I think it's creating the bed mesh and all that, and it's doing really well, and it's working just fine. So I think we're going to leave it like it is, and it didn't cost me a thing but a couple screws actually to set that up and some wiring. Unclicky version of tap. Yep, Delmar Franks is right. They call it the untap, I think, or the unclicky tap. If you go into the Voron tap site, if you scroll on down, it talks about something about an unclicky tap, and you just click on that and follow it, and you'll find all the STL files and everything that you need if you was looking to do that. And like I said, that works. It's working really well for me. I don't have any complaints about it, and I don't feel like I need to change anything. So I'm just going to let that stuff just kind of drip out of there for a little bit. Let's see if we can't get this thing brought up. Get some chamber temperatures going on here. This is the first time I've had this thing fully enclosed, so I haven't printed anything with it yet with it fully enclosed. We still have the opening in the back for the exhaust filter, but I don't think that's going to be of much concern. Tap that Voron. Those Voron guys are doing great work. Yes, they are, John Strand. Yes, they are. Yep, they're doing a great job. Let's see here. Adaptive meshing. So what is it? And I have no idea. This is a project that was created to simplify the usage of adaptive meshing on a Klipper-based 3D printer. That's what we have. Is the practice of using values from G-code file to define a mesh's dimensions. It gives you the benefits of using a bed mesh, but only specifically where it is needed. That is awesome. And that's exactly what I want, without passing a bunch of variables around. Awesome. So how does it work? It says, thanks to the great work from Kangaroo Foo on the exclude object in the Klipper firmware, we are able to easily work out the bed mesh's min and max values by pulling out a sliced object size and clamp that size to a bed mesh. That is cool. It says, imagine making a bed mesh but the size of a benchy. Multiple objects in G-code are parsed the same way, so the mesh density can adapt to any number of objects as long as they fit into your build plate. Awesome. It says we can also use the values for localized purge lines, purging near the print. No more long romantic walks from the corner of the build plate to the first extruded line. And something that I noticed down here at the bottom, you can actually, I was scrolling on down and just kind of looking at some of this stuff. When it comes to the adaptive purging, you can even set it up to where it does a Voron logo purge, and I think that's pretty cool. I guess we'll have to look into that if that's something that we want to do. I ain't too concerned about that. I just want to get the adaptive meshing working and maybe just an adaptive purge line, I think would be great. Hey, Giuseppe Noto, welcome to the stream, buddy. Good afternoon. How you doing? And I'm not concerned about what it would look like, because we already know it's just going to keep it small to the size of our print. So now I need to know how to get it set up. The guy said he's configured his probe already, or probe is integrated. Says you must have a version of Klipper firmware that supports object exclusion and have exclude object defined in my printer.config file. So let's take a look and see if we have that in my file. So yeah, it looks like I need to update Klipper as well, and Moonraker. So that might be something that I need to do. And I think I was watching a little bit of a video earlier on, and let's do Control F. I think that's it. Yep. And we're looking for exclude. And let's see if we can find it. We may not have it in here, guys. Do the line purge. So do the boron line purge. Okay. Is that what you're talking about, Delmar? We're looking for exclude underscore object. I don't see it nowhere, so it looks like to me I don't have it in here, guys. We're not seeing it defined nowhere. So I think what I'd seen somebody saying is if you don't have it, you can basically just stick it up there towards the top of your config file somewhere. So that's what we'll do. Copy and paste that to the top. Yep, see, Delmar's on it. Yep, copy and paste it to the top. So we're gonna bring that up here to the top somewhere. Yeah, cause I don't see it. We'll put it somewhere around. Yep, we'll just put it right in here somewhere. So let me grab this exclude object. So we'll copy. And we just bring it right in here, and let's give it a space, right click, and we want to paste. I don't think I need these. Alright, so why is it looks awful strange, fellas? Why does it look like that? Oh, well, it was probably because I was asking it to locate it for me. There we go. So now we have the exclude object in here. Very nice. Next to includes. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Jack Black. Next to includes. Maybe up here. Maybe I need to put it up here. Is that what you're saying? You don't want it down here? So we got the include generic Big Tree Tech config. Huh. I can hear the printer just settling in below, actually. Okay. I guess it would be fine right in there. What do you guys think? I mean, like I said, I'm not top of. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and delete this out of here. Let's do that. So we think we need to have it up here somewhere. Let's try this again. How about that? Does that look like a good place for it? So now we have that in there. It says once we have the exclude object defined in our printer.config file, make sure I have the enable object processing true under file manager in my Moonraker config. So I guess we'll go ahead and let's take a look at this. This is what we're looking for. This will allow Klipper to process the incoming G-code files for objects. Clean this crap off to the end of this nozzle here. Oh yeah, there's a lot of heat in here now. Hoping having this heated chamber make our ABS prints turn out a whole lot better. So I can hear this thing settling in from the heat. It must be expanding a little bit. Alright, so where was that? Okay. Enable object processing true. So we're looking for that in the Moonraker and in the file manager. So we want to save, restart this. And let's go back to the dashboard. I'm gonna bring this up to 150, and let's keep the bed heating. I'm gonna try to keep the chamber temps up here. That way we can be ready to print whenever we do get ready. So we're looking in the Moonraker config, and what did I say we was looking for again? File manager, enable object processing true. Let's check it out. So I don't see anything in here. We got the update manager, and that's it. I don't see anything for file manager in the Klipper.config. Let me just make sure I'm in the right place. Moonraker.config file. So we're looking for file manager. So I guess we probably ought to copy this. Make sure I'm in the correct file again. Yep, Moonraker.config. And I guess it doesn't really matter where we paste this. Underneath the last include, just around there. Alright, let's see. We'll just put it on down here somewhere, I suppose. Put a little space in between. Let's right click and let's paste it up in there. So there, we got that enabled now. And we'll save, restart. Cannot connect to Moonraker. Uh-oh. There we go. Let's keep our temperatures up. Okay, it kept our target temps. Good deal. DBR it are working on today, and hello to everybody. So basically DBR it, I'm trying to set up what's called KAMP. It's a Klipper adaptive meshing and purging, I think is what it's called. Yep, Klipper adaptive meshing and purging, or KAMP. And that's what I'm after. I'm trying to get this thing where it's just going to do pretty much, it's just going to probe where I'm going to be printing. Instead of probing the whole bed, it's going to actually just probe where the 3D printed object I put in here is. So it's going to save a lot of time, I'm sure. And also, I don't have a purge line set up in this printer where it does a purge line, so, or in my config file before it prints. So I'm going to try to get all this stuff set up. And then we need some skirt pieces, so I'll probably slice and try to print us some more skirt pieces for this printer. Basically, right now where it's at in the build is it's building itself. I think that's freaking cool. So now we have all that stuff in there, and it says you must have object labeling enabled in my slicer, usually in the slicer output sections. So we want object labeling enabled. So this is going to be a little different probably in Cura. Let me go ahead and get Cura started up. Should already had it going. So I can definitely tell my computer's working pretty hard right now. Got all these programs open and I'm live streaming. So hopefully we don't have too much stream lag or anything like that. So we're probably going to have to go into the settings. Let me just make this a little smaller here. And let me go back over here. Just want to take a look at this. Let's shrink this stuff down a little bit. Go ahead and look at it. Look at it the side by side view here. Alright. So it says I must have object labeling enabled in my slicer, usually in slicer output options. So this might be something that I'd have to set up in the extensions. Post-processing, preferences, configure Cura. That might be it right there, where I'd find it in here. Maybe. And object labeling, viewport behavior. Yeah, guys, a little lost on this one for sure. It's the general settings. Might be called something different in Cura. You never done that in that slicer before? Me either. Custom selection, advanced. Profiles. Yeah. So, looks like to me I'm gonna have to do a little bit of homework on this one. Maybe in preferences, yeah. Let's see. Could be in post processing, maybe. It might be something that I have to do in there. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at, Jack Black. I don't see it in here anywhere. It says it's usually in slicer output options. Huh. Yeah. For Cure, it might be in post-processing scripts. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Delmar. And that would probably be like in extensions. So you'd have to modify the G code and add a script, more than likely. It's post-processing plugin. It's kind of what I'm thinking. See, we got settings. More than likely. So let's have a look through here. What are we looking for again? It was object labeling. No, we don't see anything like that. Huh. Might not be able to do it with this slicer software. No need to do anything from what you just searched. Okay. Cura enables labeling objects by default. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does, don't it? It does. You're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right, because everything that I have sliced, oops, that wasn't smart. Oh Lord. Yeah, see, it already does it. Does that for me. I think you're correct. Anyone use main cell can do a check with the stop object feature. Alright, so done lost my spot now. Closed out something I didn't need to. Alright. Yeah, I'm thinking you're correct in that, Nuno, that it already does it. So expand this section, configured my probe already. So we have that set up in there for Moonraker's update manager. What does that mean? Moonraker update setup. Purpose of the setup is to enable updating KAMP by using Moonraker's plugin manager. This comes at a cost of higher complexity of setup and the need to edit an already existing print_start macro. That's something that we put in oh Lord. So that looks like then I'm gonna wind up having to probably go into the actual the CB1 more than likely. Might have to go into the CB1 and do something here and get it set up as well. And that's just the purpose is enable updating KAMP. That might be something that I'll do later on. It might be something that I need to do in it now in order to get it to work. This should be all needs to be done. Updates. Pay special attention to the following. It's a critical step. Yeah. For using any macros from KAMP and using the Moonraker managed method, you have to set the parameters for the macros before they are called. Oh yeah, so this is a big deal. I don't think I'm just going to be able to just throw in those few little commands into or am I overthinking it again, Jack Black? I don't think I'm going to be able to just throw that stuff in there. It says be sure the calls for bed mesh, calibrate, and or boron purge, line purge are also included in my print start. Wow. Yep. Well, I can hear this thing settling in from the heat. It's warming up pretty good, fellas. Still one like Nero? What are you talking about? I pull you in a slooper slicer with LS profiles. Yeah. I don't know what you mean by still one like Nero. Yeah, so I think we're probably going to have to set up the Moonraker update manager too. And I'll probably have to go into the starting macros in my Klipper and yeah. Or maybe not. Might mess up something as far as what I already have set up. So getting into this CB1's a little different than what you guys are used to as far as your Pi. I have to remember, because it's been a while since I've set this thing up, something in particular on my computer that I actually had to let's see, let me put you guys back on a different screen here. So you adjust to your own print start macro. You can help me, it's easy, but you're working. Hey Nuno, don't get yourself in trouble. You're working, buddy. You know, we'll get her going. We'll get her going one way or the other. Might crash the printer, but we'll get it going. Basically, I need to look for. I need to get into my CB1, and I actually have. Trying to remember what I had to use to log into the CB1. It's something completely different. And I'm thinking it's this MOBA MOBA extern right here. I'm gonna have so many programs running on my computer. Yep, that's it right there. All right, I found it. So using a completely different thing to set up as far as you guys normally use for the Raspberry Pi. John Pollock, hi there. The printer is looking great. Yeah, it sure is, buddy. Root at root. Question mark. Let's see. Got to remember. All right. Oh, good Lord. I think I log into, I log in as, with the CB1 as BIQU, I think. Maybe? Yeah, there we go. Alright, I'm into my, pretty much SSH'd into my putty. Well, so this one's it's kind of similar, I guess you could say, to putty demo. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at here. Let me switch back to my screen here. Scene 2. Yeah. All right. So it's similar to the Pi. You see. This is the Big Tree Tech CB1 that I'm using on this thing. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not. So we're into it now. So the purpose of this setup is to enable updating KAMP by using Moonraker plugin manager. It comes with a higher complexity setup and need a bit of editing. And already to begin. So we're into the device, and saying we want to use this right here. All right, let's try it out. Let's see if it works, fellas. Might be playing with fire. It says it's done, so it got it. It says then add the following snippet into my printer.config file. So we need to add that in. So we're good. I guess we're good inside of the. Choose which files I wish to include. Useful for those who only want adaptive purging. Following one. Lastly, add the following snippet into my moonraker.config file. So, yeah. So there we go. So we got that done. So I guess I can close that out. No more systems. You want to close the file tab? Yes. Alright. Oh my god, you just seen Nero's clip from RC bought his Voron 24. He said that there might be a release at the end of the year. I seen a video of Nero sitting inside that blame 3D printer. It was freaking massive. Okay, let's go back to our machine. Make this a little bigger screen here. And we want to go into, I think it said go into the printer.config. Yeah, then add the following snippet into my printer.config file, include KAMP. So we want to copy that. We're gonna add that into the include file too, huh? I see it right there. I guess we'll just put it up here at the top, huh? So basically, what we're doing is we're telling Klipper, I guess, hey, look, I have another file somewhere. Is that right? Is that how Rolohan said it? Compared to Aaron's print underscore start config. Okay. Yeah, he sent me something in Discord. Probably ought to look at that. I don't know if he's still in here. Aaron is. He was here for a bit at the beginning. Says, alternately, I can choose which files I wish to include. Useful for those who only want adaptive purging by using the following. Okay. Lastly, add the following snippet to my moonraker.config file. We're going to copy that and we're putting that in the moonraker.config file. Let's save this and restart it. Keep the includes together above excludes. Oh, okay, I got you. We'll do that then. Alright, we're in the moonraker.config. I guess we just want to add this in somewhere. Jack Black, we new to this, so how about that? That look good? We'll go back and change that. Keep the includes together above the excludes. Yeah, we'll fix that. So we want to go back into the printer.config for that. How's that? Does that look better, Jack Black? Yeah, let's go back to the dashboard. Let's keep our bed temp up. I ain't as much worried about the extruder because that son of a gun freaking fires up and it moves. Oh yeah, we got a lot of heat in here. Feel a lot of heat in there. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a whole lot better prints now. Much. All right. Nice setup. Thank you, Easy Hack. We're working hard at it, buddy. Don't have a clue what in the world I'm doing, but I've often heard fake it till you make it. All right, so we put that in. Said it should be all that needs to be done for enabling updates via Moonraker's update manager. Be sure to restart the firmware and the Moonraker instance or reboot my Pi for all changes to take effect. So that might be something that I need to do. I mean, save and restart, that's rebooting it, right? Pay special attention to the following as this is a critical step. Okay. So before using any macros from KAMP and using the Moonraker managed method, you have to set the parameters for the macros before they are called, or they will only use the default parameters. You should only have to change your print_start once or twice until you have the parameters set how y'all like them. Then you can leave them alone. There's an example provided at the bottom of the section to show me how I can do this. Setting up adaptive meshing, I'll need to call the macro. For adaptive purging boron logo, or purging in the form of a simple line. So you guys, you said we ought to do the boron logo. So in this little, I guess you could say in these brackets right here where it says parameters, I have to set those parameters. Correct? I just need to copy that. Okay, so Delmar compared to Aaron's print_start config. Yeah, I need to find that, Delmar. That probably helped me out a bunch, because I think that's where we're at. And I'm going to compare it to Aaron, since he said, hey, we'll happily help you out here. Let me switch this scene real quick. And what I want to do, I don't have too much open at one time here. Close out Cura for just a second. And let me see if I can get in here in Discord. I actually finally put Discord on my just copy. That's Jack Black saying just copy. It says be sure the calls for the bed_mesh_calibrate and or the boron purge or /line purge are also included in my print start. And after calling these setup macros. As for the parameters, you can inspect the individual config files and the macros. I can add a parameter to either set up calls, and it will print current values, useful for debugging when calling the actual macros. After modifying the print_start macro, do not forget to restart Klipper again. So I'm just kind of looking at this example. So you get the G-code macro, print_start, parameters 1, LED enable, fuzz. I don't even know nothing about that fuzz enable. I got you. Bed mesh clear, bed mesh calibrate, and then you got the boron purge. Aaron has the 2 lines I need to set up in his config. Okay, KAMP has been updated recently. Setup wasn't like that involving before. It wasn't, huh? But this is just what I punched in, Nuno. I might be doing too much, you know. I might be doing way too much. Oh yeah, see, I had the squirrel moment. Let me open up the Discord real quick. And let's have a look at, let's see. Oh, we got Delmar over here. He's talking to me in Discord right now. Option for the back. I don't want the exhaust fan. Oh, we want the exhaust fan. Let's see. Actually, Delmar linked me right to. Yep. Let's see. Delmar, would that be in? Oh, here we go. We got the KAMP adaptive mesh config. Let's have a look at this. This is in Aaron's repository, his GitHub repository. Aaron has the 2 lines of need. You're overthinking it, 2-stroke. Steal it from Aaron. That's what I'm trying to do. Good Lord, do I need all that? That's a lot. No, just a few lines. Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at some. Yeah, I don't know what in the devil I'm looking at. Probably in the wrong place. You're saying lines 9 and 10 in his printer.config file, and I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the wrong thing, demo. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, those are macros. Here we go. I found this printer.config. Alright, you said lines 9 and 10. Let's have a look at those. Oh yeah. Well, got to include macros config. So we don't have the macros in my config yet. I do have the include main cell config. Yeah, the print underscore start config. In the macros folder. Yeah, that's a lot in there. And I guess I'd put that. Here, let me show you guys what I'm looking at here. This is in the macros folder here. So here's the G-code print start macro. 30-second delay is fun. Yeah. I keep forgetting to fix that. So there's that folder. So we copy this, copy raw contents, it's a big folder. And you put it in your I'm going to go down here to the macros, right? Yeah, right here's your print start macros. Only lines 9 and 10. In that macro right there, is that what you're saying, Delmar? I'm gonna wait to 30 seconds for confirmation on that. You're talking about these two lines right here. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for confirmation on that one. This stuff can be like super confusing for me. I'm still trying to figure it all out. There's something else that Aaron was telling me that he's like, hey, you don't need to do that every time before you start a print. I think it says, yep, those are the only two lines to add to my print start. Okay. So we just need these two right here. We'll get them. And I guess we just put these anywhere in there. Let's see. Description, start G code, out of 10. I guess we just add these in somewhere in here. Or maybe we put them down here at the bottom. Let me have a look at his again. He's got it below the set hot end temp, set the chamber. Oh, he's got it. He even set his chamber temperature, huh? Interesting. Right before the G21, M82. So mine's completely different than his at the print start. Trying to keep it simple right now. Aaron has advanced macros with the, yeah, he does. And that's what I was looking at. I was like, wow, he's got a lot going on there. So I imagine I just want to put it somewhere in between maybe what I have here for 609 and 610, because that's roughly about where he has his. I'm going to assume. Let's paste that in there. Need a little space right up here. Alright, so there we go. Is that gonna work? Or should I put it down here? I also need to add the line underscore purge macro calling after M109. So if we do load KAMP settings for bed mesh, and we set up a line purge, does the homing, brings the extruder to 150. I hope I'm reading this correct. And it sets the bed temperature. And it's going to clear the bed mesh. Then it's going to run the homing command, Z tilt adjust. Then it's going to calibrate the bed mesh again. Line 90 to the end of mine. That's okay there. You need one more line from his config. Line 90 to the end of yours. Okay, let's have a look. You're saying line 90. Line purge. So stuff's starting to make a little sense to me, I guess. You're saying add it to the end of all this. These are my macros, my print start macros. It's starting to make a little bit of sense to me. Not much. Is that looking better, Delmar? I'm trying to figure out where somewhere in here Aaron was telling me I didn't have to rehome again, and I think it was like right here. That might be something I can yeah, Aaron, we're robbing macros from your from your config file, trying to get this adaptive meshing set up here. Delmar's trying to help me out with it, and like I told you the other night, I'm clueless whenever it comes to this stuff right here. It's very new to me, so only home Z again after Z tilt, so I can get rid of it right here at 618. So when it does the bed mesh clear to do the Z tilt adjust, I can get rid of that Z28 or G28 command right there. The purging can only be done after the hot end is up to temp right before the starting the print. Yeah. Yep. And I have a yeah. You're talking about right here, Nuno. You're because of the tap macros that I have in here as well, because it's going to have to set the hot end temp. It won't do the line purge because of the temperature. The temperature is set for the tap. Just add Z after G28 on the same line. Change line 620 to G28Z. I got you. Okay. I got you, Delmar. We'll do that. Sounds good. No, change to G28Z. That's what we have. Yeah. Yeah, and Nuno's pointing out something. I think it's Nuno. Yeah. Yep. Nuno's pointing out something because I have the tap. The hot end temperature is set to 150. It's going to do all the homing and then I guess the bed mesh and all that stuff. It won't be able to do the line purge. We're going to get an error for sure. More than likely. There's no reason to home XY again. It's just redundant. I got you. Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. When you pointed it out, it made sense. But yeah, we got to do. I think I got to do maybe this line purge. Probably gonna have to do it after this. Am I correct? Because this is the print start command. It's making sense to me, guys. But I'm thinking that's what I'm gonna have to do. I need some confirmation. Let's see. 629. Yep, that's what Nuno's telling me. Yep, he's telling me to put yep. So we'll remove it from right here. I'm gonna just recopy this. And I'm gonna delete that. And we need to put it, you're saying put it on 629? Well, it changed on me. Yeah, I got you. Let's do it, enter. You're saying put it right in here, Nuno? How's that look? Does that look better, Nuno? Do I need the semicolon? M.R. Frank's correct. Jack Black. No, just for notes. How's it look, fellas? Does it look like it might work? And is that everything it was telling me to do? That'll work. Okay. Well, let's save and restart. Save and restart. Get my bed temp back up there. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep holding that. Keep holding that heater bed temperature. So now we want a 3D print a part, don't we? See if this thing will run. Nozzle looks pretty clean. I know the bed's clean because I've been keeping that thing clean. So let me put these back on the printer screen here. Should add a chamber thermistor, and I actually have a spot on that tool head PCB where I could probably pull that off too, Nuno. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I thought about that. What camera and mount are using in the chamber? You like that? So I'm trying to figure out. I got two cameras going on. Are you talking about the camera that was in the that was showing in the Klipper screen? Because basically all it is just a little webcam just sitting up top here. It's just resting right there on the corner, just looking down. Add a nozzle brush for that tap. Yeah, we need that for sure. Have done a. Yeah, I did, Jack Black. After I changed the thermistor settings, because I was getting that error, I re-pit-tuned the bed. Has a C920 taped to the top. Yeah. So it's not really, it's not taped. It's just sitting up there. It's heavy enough. It just kind of rests up there. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's just a little Logicam, and I think, I'm not sure what camera that is. I think Delmar's right in it being a C920. It's just like a cheap webcam. It wouldn't be like $30. so it's outside the panels. Yeah, it sure is. Yep. Those panels are new, so they're like really, really clean right now. Super clean. Let me see here. Let's go into, I'm going to Cura because I need some new, I've done sliced all my 3D printer parts and printed the ones that I needed. But we're going to put some new ones on the build plate here. Chamber thermistor is better at the rear of the middle extrusion. Gotcha. You have your chamber thermistor on the rear middle extrusion. There's a mount for it. Okay. I have to look into that, fellas. So I'm gonna find us a part that I haven't printed yet. I've did all the door hinge handles. So we've got all the front doors. We've got all our panel clips printed. So I'm gonna back out. And as I was saying earlier, I'm needing skirt pieces now. Side fan support. Only had one side of those printed, and that was for the electronics cooling. That print would probably take me a little while. Need a front skirt A, front skirt B, side skirt. Yeah, so we already have the front skirt on. So basically, I just need the side skirts. So we're going to do the side skirt A. And I'm going to keep it simple. I'm just going to do one at a time. You'll be home in 20 and can help easier if needed. So that's a 2 hour and 54 minute print for me with the slicer settings I have right now just for the side skirt A. And I'll have to print 2 of those up. Right now let's see what I have set up as far as in Cura. We've got 4 walls, 5 top and bottom layers, 40% infill patterns triangle, printing temperature is 250, this is initial printing temperature 240, final printing temperature 235. Those are, so I'm curious, I might need, sent me one of the boron mods. Thank you, Delmar, I appreciate that. You sending me all kinds of stuff to look at and dial me in. I probably ought to set the part cooling fan, maybe just a little bit. We don't want it at 100%. I heard some guys say they set theirs at 25% for a chamber. Does that sound right, guys? I know it's going to react a little different because it's in a chamber. Still have remove after you run 50%. Skirt line count 1. I'm gonna give it more than one line at the moment. I'm gonna give it 2, even though we're doing a purge line as well. So it doesn't. The printer probably doesn't know where the purge line is. You run 50%, but with the speeds from 150 to 300 millimeter per second, and 60 C chamber temps. So I couldn't tell you how hot the chamber is. You know, I can only guess. ABS 20 to 50%. Yeah. So heard people say 25, hearing 50%. Let's do it. Let's set it in the middle. Just see if it's happy with that. How about that? We'll go. Let's go 35. Let's see if it likes that. Let's slice it. You print fast. So, oh yeah, my print speed is kind of slow at the moment. I have bumped it up to. I have tried it at 75 millimeters per second, but that was before I had the panels and I had the correct thermistor selected from my build plate. The skirt is the purge line. Yeah, that's what it has been for me. So I'm gonna bump this print speed up on this just a little bit. Feeling brave. The outer wall speed is 25. It's like really slow, ain't it? But I like having that nice little finish. Top and bottom speed is super slow. It's 25 millimeters per second. So I got a whole lot more settings in here than what I'm used to, as far as, which I probably never had them enabled in Cura, but because I've got the Voron 250 selected in Cura, it's giving me a whole lot more settings, print settings in Cura, than what I've seen before in the past. Printing slower, yeah, slower fan, yep, gotcha. Alright, let's slice it. Let's see what happens with it. Let's try it out. 2 hour 25 minutes for one skirt. And it's going to be in my Trident Final Prints folder. We're going to save. And we'll minimize this on screen. Let me change the scene here for you guys. So we're back to my printer. So you like that little corner configuration right there, looking down. Right there, Aaron. Yeah, that's just looking down through the glass there. And I need to upload a new file. Front skirt, side skirt A. That's what I want. I need 2 of those. So let's see if this one will run out. And I believe I got enough filament on there to make this one go. All right, uploaded, successful. And there we go, side skirt. Let's start the job. Let's see how she does, fellas. I'm happy to see it fully enclosed. That ain't no lie. Oh, yep. That's cool. It's working, fellas. It's working. That's awesome. Instead of probing the whole bed. So I didn't have to do nothing in Cura. Basically, it's just probing right there where my actual part's going to rest. That is freaking cool. Did it. Restrict the probe area. Yep. Nice. Yep, it's working. Yep, it restricted it to the probe area. So let me just in case a little bit of, shouldn't any filament ooze out because it done all its oozing when I was heating it up earlier. Just in case, and I think it's fine. Yep. So it's shooting up the temperature. I think it's gonna be good. Yeah, a little bit's trying to come out there. Let's see what we're doing here. Uh-oh. Move exceeded maximum extrusion. We got a problem. Move exceeds maximum extrusion. Huh. It didn't work. Let's bump the bed down a little bit here. Get away from the nozzle there. I'm going to set the bed temp back up here so I don't lose my bed temperature. So what happened? Alright, I need to go to the extruder section. Hey, it did work. So what did I miss, Nuno? That's got to do with the adaptive purging, maybe? Yeah, just like the boron variables to adjust. Let's see. Flow rate, line width, purge amount. Huh. Printer.config. What did you say we was looking for, Nuno? Max underscore extrusion section. Just control F. Max underscore. Oops. Underscore. I think I can spell. It's gonna be in the extruder section, maybe. You think it says in the macro itself, max underscore extrude cross section 5. It's from the purge. Okay, let me catch up with you guys. I don't have it. Add it to the extrude section. Is that going to be, that's in the starting macros? Maybe? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it in the extruder section? Is that what y'all are meaning? A little confused. Go to the extruder section. Got you, Nuno. Got you, buddy. I'm going to have to say that this is probably a community 3D printer right here. Community 3D printer build. Alright. So what we're looking for. Max. I don't even see that. Yeah, we don't even have a max underscore extrusion. Oh, there's min. Extrude temp. Yeah, I don't have that in there anywhere. I don't see it. Control head extruder. What Thunder Key said, you don't have it defined. So I don't have it defined. And that needs to be defined in the extruder section, huh? Max underscore extrude underscore cross underscore section 5. I guess I just put that anywhere in the extrude. Yeah, we don't see it. Don't see it nowhere. Pressure advance, smooth time. So we don't even have that. Ain't even got into that yet. Yeah, it's nowhere in here. Nowhere in there. Yeah, when it's not defined, it uses the default value. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So we're gonna. Let me, give me 1 second. Copy and pasting you Thunder Keys. And we can just put it anywhere in here. Correct. Yeah, anywhere in that section. Just add it after line 232. Gotcha. Yeah, that looks like a good place for it. And paste. How about that? So that's all it needed? Just that. Let's try it. Back to the dashboard. And let's see, we want this back up. Yeah, that's the one I was after right there, wasn't it? Yep. Let's start, yes. Should be fine now. We're gonna find out, Nuno. We're about to find out. flame. Like these little blobs hanging out from the end of this nozzle. Yep, it's there now. That's going to throw something off, I'm sure. Yep. It's definitely doing it. Still at the tuning stage. Yeah, we're tuning her in. We got to dial it all the way in. I can't wait to get it all the way finished to where all the parts are finally on it. It's fully functioning and we got it tuned in. I still have this, I got this 88XL in here. I'm gonna play around with that stuff too. I can tell like some of the parts are over extruded just a little bit. Probably bump back to flow. Let's see. You gonna go this time? Yep, we're heating up. Heating up, fellas. I love that Rapido. That thing heats up so freaking fast. It's unbelievable. It still gets me. Watch that thing. Just trying. Oh, there we go. Doing a thick purge line, huh? Distance to object. Wow, that thing laid down a thick purge line. Wow. It's doing it, Delmar. It's doing it, buddy. I think we're in business. Look at that, fellas. Can I change the camera? Yeah. Not this one, but we'll change you back to the. Sorry about that. Change the scene here. Let me see if I can get you a little better camera angle here. It laid down one heck of a purge line. That's about the thickest purge line I'd ever seen. Let me fix my camera angle here. How's that, fellas? That look a little better. Sorry about the glare on it. Let's see here. Huh. I can edit the purge line if I want. I kind of like that, Nuno. I hope it doesn't, force plastic back up in the extruder and cause a jam, but kind of like that it's laying down a thick purge line like that. Wow, that's looking good, fellas. It's doing it. The length and location. Need to try the boron logo purge. Yeah. So that wasn't too bad to get set up, and I was fortunate to have Aaron's macros to be able to go on. So yeah, we're printing parts for it. It's printing itself now. Don't worry about my hot end has enough flow for that. Okay. Good deal. So, and actually, guys, this is the very first print that I've done with the fully enclosed chamber. I don't see the print cooling fan. Does it look like it's on? I can't tell. Yeah, the part cooling fan is not spinning. And I'm pretty sure that I enabled the part cooling. The adaptive purge is working too. Yeah, it is. Yep. It sure is. Hey, you finally made it home, Aaron. Hey, we got her working, man. She's the adaptive purge and the adaptive bed mesh is working. We missed a little line. Thunder Keys caught it. He got me dialed in. You like the boron logo purge, Thunder Keys? We'll have to check that out. I kind of thought that would be a pretty neat little thing to do. So this print right here is going to take a little while. Full void channel. Print out Aaron's print _ start macro. I can make notes and figure it out before trying it. I got you. Okay. No fan on the first layer. Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah, once I got the bed temp, I guess I must have thought I must have thought it was at 110C, or the thermistor thought it was, but it really wasn't. And I think that's why I was having layer adhesion, or the first layer issues with it in the very beginning. I don't know why it didn't fall out, but it actually let me print a couple parts that way and get going for a couple days, and then it just started faulting out on me, and then I got to looking into it and realized that I had the wrong thermistor selected in the config, in the printer.config for the bed heater. Once I set the correct thermistor for the bed heater in it, it's like the NTK 1000 or something like that, the NTC 100K, I can't remember what it was. It was for the Mini Max, Canova Mini Max. I got it through KB3D. What filament I'm using right now? I'm using Polymaker Polylite ABS. I couldn't find any more of that filament, and I'm almost out of it. And I have some. I hope it matches up really good, Jack Black. I got some eSun ABS Plus in here. That way, if I run out and I still need to 3D print the rest of the parts for this printer, and try it out. I hope it matches. Take a look at the Discord message on Ellis profiles. Alright, we'll do that. I like having Discord on my desktop now for sure, Delmar. Alright, so where we at? You got me looking at Ellis on Super Slicer. Is that what you want me to look at? Ellis profiles, Super Slicer. And what you got me here? An extrusion mount for NTC 100K thermistor extrusion. Yeah, that's what it has. My bed heater actually has an NTC 100K thermistor too. Andrew Ellis, Super Slicer profiles. Let's have a look at it. So it's telling me the required version of the Super Slicer 2.4.58.5. May want to back up my app data Super Slicer. So I don't have Super Slicer. I've heard a lot of people say good things about it. Basically, for right now, I've just tried to stay with what I'm familiar with. I know a lot of people, especially David Vera, he's been a big help on this channel for me. He says he hates Cura. I don't have nothing against it. I don't know any better. I don't know anything that would be any better or worse. She's doing it, fellas. And I'm wanting to look at Discord message. What's great for Vorons, Aaron? Super Slicer or Cura? Just read the notes while this is printing. Use different Super Slicer versions at your own peril. New versions often introduce new bugs, defaults. Older versions may not be compatible with certain settings. This profile's speed/accelerations are tuned for linear rail, core XY, specifically is personal V2. Especially other printer types may need lower speeds and accelerations. That said, these speeds are perfectly available or achievable on any well-built stock Trident V2 or V0. So see his tuning guide too. Yeah, you had, I think you had linked me, Delmar, to Ellis's tuning guide, and yeah, that actually worked out really well for me. As far as getting some of that stuff going, like prior to printing that Voron cube. I think that's why the thing turned out as good as it did. For the very first print that it actually did, yep, Ellis's tuning guide. You started a transition from Super Slicer to Orca Slicer. Share the screen. You've had to use Cura on the printers of your school a while ago. You hated it so much. So Nuno says he's been liking Orca Slicer a lot. Okay, we'll share the screen. Sorry about that, Delmar. Let me what happened here? Let me switch screens here. How's that? See you later, guys. Got to do some chores. Got you. Hey, Dune, what's happening, buddy? How you been? Dune 591. 0/. Introduction. Says, see his tuning guide too. Originally, this repo was set up to share his own profiles as is, plastered with warnings of what to turn down. Over time, however, they've become more and more tailored for sharing and the community at large. Okay. Super Slicer can be tricky. There are a few problematic landmine defaults. These profiles may or try to remove as many of those headaches as possible to hopefully ease my transition. Spent a lot of time experimenting with different settings to hopefully save others from having to repeat the same troubleshooting. So he has a change log and it tells a story. These profiles can work well on any printer provided that you adjust the speeds, accelerations, machine limits, dimensions, and volumetric flow limit accordingly. He actually used the same profiles on his Ender 3. Wow. The profiles are constantly evolving. It says check the change log occasionally. Grab new settings and findings. Has important warnings / potential headache. How to download, how to import, start G-code, volumetric speed limiting, accelerations, extrusion multiplier, cooling. So got the whole thing in here. How to INI file. What's that all about? Looks like it's doing good, guys. Looks like it's doing really good. And I actually think the part cooling is on now. Yep. It's the first time I've used a part cooling fan on any printer in a long time. Most of the time when I print TPU open air, I don't use part cooling. And since I've been printing ABS for this printer, I haven't used part cooling. I think I might have used it a little bit whenever I was printing in PLA. You've been liking it. Been liking it a lot. That's right. We done read that, Nuno. Sorry about that. You're talking about the Orca slicer. I'll get errors trying to import. And these are these his slicer profiles here, Delmar, for the super slicer? Is that what it is, or is it the actual? Is that the slicer? Download the whole repository as a zip. Extracted, import config. Select the INI file and the profile won't import. Open each tab. Check floppy icon. Start G-code. If you are passing temperatures to your printers for start macro, make sure to uncomment, modify the start G-code appropriately. Volumetric speed limiting. So that's definitely what is volumetric speed limit? Controls the maximum rate of my hot end is allowed to extrude. I think that's what you just want me to look at there, wasn't it, Delmar? No matter how much push speeds, layer heights, or line widths, it will never allow you to outrun your hot end. Oh, that's cool. Even when not pushing for speeds, you highly recommend putting an appropriate value for my hot end. It's a great fail-safe. It keeps its infill speed set at 300 millimeters per second. This is the absolute max infill to ever print, but in reality, it would usually print more slowly due to this limit. For more reading formulas and methods, test your own max flow rate. See, okay. Determining max volumetric flow. These are his semi-tuned profiles that you put into Super Slicer. Can you believe your wife just called you from the next room to tell you leftovers in the fridge? Hey, so Jack Black, me and my wife's been just sitting in the same living room together. We just, text little love notes back and forth. So, yeah, I can believe it. This is the same Dwight was starting to use on his Trident. Oh, okay, I got you. So he started to use, he was starting to use Super Slicer. Now he's talking about completely rebuilding that Trident. I guess he didn't like the colorful, the rainbow too much. He wasn't very happy with it. I thought it looked pretty neat. It's definitely a unique printer. Yeah, that thing's looking good, fellas. So we're gonna have us another skirt piece. And I'll need 2 of those. Then I'll have to print the B. And then I'll need to print this little, I guess you could say it's just a beauty piece or whatever. uh, like a faux fan or whatever for the electronics, and then she's fully enclosed, less the exhaust fan pieces. I've already 3D printed the filament spool holder. It's back here at the back, and the actual little piece that the filament will feed through. So it's so close. Yep. Looks like it's doing good. I don't see any lifting or anything. Guys, I couldn't be happier with this printer. This thing is amazing. And so the next step I'm wanting to go to is definitely converting this Ender 3 on over. I don't, again, I know a lot of you have heard me say it time and time again, I don't like the idea of all those wires and things hanging down. I've had problems in the past where the actual bed is just sliding backwards, and then the wiring causes it to hang up, faults out the printer. So all this dangly wire and stuff is just, it's annoying. It's a mess. It looks like a rat's nest. I want to clean it up, put skirts on it, took all the electronics underneath it, make it real pretty, presentable. Because now parked next to this thing right here, it looks terrible. It looks hideous. Even though it did a really great job at helping me build this printer, I know we can make it better now. Because we definitely got one heck of a machine right here. I couldn't be happier with it. So basically, we achieved the goal today, though. We got the Klipper adaptive and mesh and purging going on. I would like to maybe set that purge line for that boron logo. I'm not sure if I'm ready to really dive off into this super slicer yet, Delmar. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, I know you guys are trying to get me to slip out of Cura for a little bit, but right now I'm really wanting to focus a lot of it. Instead of trying to learn a new slicer at the moment, I'm really wanting to focus all my energies and attentions on really learning these macros and getting finish getting this printer fully tuned and calibrated and dialed in. I think he didn't want to play second skittle. I hear you, Jack Black. But I think I'm really wanting to, I may, whenever I start jumping into this Ender 3 to switch wire conversion, we might test out a new slicer, and super slicer might be the way to go. I've heard a lot of people say some good things about the Orca slicer too, Nuno. A lot of people like it as well. I know a lot of people strongly recommend the super slicer. I'm hoping this nylon will get cool. Will get dehydrated. We got this new eyeballs filler dryer box. I like this. It don't have a setting on it like the old filler dryer, and it actually has an exhaust fan too. I'm hoping that'll get my carbon fiber nylon dry where I can print that. I've had a $58, the most expensive roll of filament I've ever bought in here, and I ain't been able to get one single good print off of it yet. I think we're going to be able to now, though. It's all good, just pointing you in a direction for a good baseline speed profile. I got you. Hey, and I appreciate that, Delmar, and it's definitely taken into serious consideration. It's not something that's going to be overlooked. It probably isn't too complicated. I'd probably be able to figure it out, pretty quickly, but like I said, I would really says choose a profile from an input shaper folder. So, and see, that's something that I don't know a lot about. I know that Klipper uses input shaper and all that, and whenever I set up the ADXL or whatever, and I actually do that input shaping, it's going to do something really good for me, but I'm not exactly sure how to set all that up, or I didn't even know it created a folder or anything like that. So yeah, there's a lot for me to learn, or left for me to learn yet with this stuff. So you came from Cura as well. Yeah, and I'm pretty familiar with Cura, so I kind of like it in that sense. That I kind of know how it's going to react and how to use it and what certain settings do what. But yeah, we got her going. That is freaking cool. I'll tell you what, guys, it's warming up in here really quick. That printer running by my back here. Delmar Franks, you'll learn how to pull my macros into separate files to make the printer.config cleaner. Yeah, so and that's something that and I'm pretty sure you're talking about all this stuff right here. And that's something that I would like to clean up. I mean, because I know that that's not normal. I can see the folders and stuff, or the different things that are created, but I have no idea how to move all that stuff around or what I need to do with it. I've not wanted to delete it and remove it because I'm afraid it's going to mess up my printer.config file. So yeah, I know those are all the different changes and things that I've made to it along the way, things that I've added to it. There are backups. I can hide those configs. Did I get the sensor? You're talking about the Jack Black. Are you talking about the ADXL? If I click the gear icon, anytime I change my printer.config, it backs up my old one. So those are the old files. Is that what you're telling me, Aaron? I think it might have been David Vera that was telling me that too in the past. Yeah, the stream lag is terrible. I swear I keep forgetting to change that. So you're saying I could hide the backup files right here? Probably. How about that? Yep. There's a reason Aaron has a macro folder with an include macros config and his printer config. It's easier for him to make quick changes. You create a separate file for each macro, so it's easier to change things and call two macros in your print_start. I got you. Yeah, and that is a freaking big starting macro folder. And see, that's the stuff that I'm really interested in is you know, I like how I've seen people set up their LEDs where they do different things for the, as it's heating up, like maybe let's say the hot end's cold, so the Voron logo's showing blue, and then as it heats up, maybe it hits a certain temperature, it turns orange and then red or something like that. Those are things that I would like to play around with as far as in the Klipper stuff, and I know it's achievable through the macros, and that's the reason why I'm really interested in learning those. Yeah, Jack Black, we got the 80XL in here. I actually found it. I had gotten it here a while back from KB3D. I'd ordered it, ain't even opened it yet. So I got to figure out how to set this thing up and actually get it. I'd heard somebody say I could connect it to my Octopus board and be able to use it like that. I do have the CB1. It does supposedly, I'm not 100% sure, but supposedly has the same pin headers like a Raspberry Pi. But yeah, we got, I don't know if it's going to show up on the camera, but we got the 80XL. I think it's the 345. Yeah, 80XL 345. So, and that's something that, yeah, I need to 3D print that little part that goes on the side of my tool head too, so I can attach it to it. I don't think I'm going to leave it attached all the time, but we do have it. So, and that's something else that I'm wanting to do on this printer is the input shaper. Cleans it up nicely. You also save all your files to upload to the GitHub to safekeeping. And that was Aaron, that's something that David Vera suggested too, as far as like saving my configuration to I guess create a GitHub account or something. I don't even know nothing about that. Setting up a GitHub and uploading my configuration to GitHub. So yeah, there's still so much to learn and do. You guys, as you can see, I haven't even changed the name up here in the corner. It's still calling itself Big Tree Tech CB1. I know I can change this little icon here. I could put little backgrounds and all that stuff on that, and I want to do all that stuff, and I want to learn this whole, I guess you could say, ecosystem right here as far as Mainsail and Klipper, and get the printer tuned really well, and doing everything that I'm wanting it to do, and then we'll start moving on to probably doing a new conversion on this Ender 3 and messing with new, slicers and things like that. Is kind of what I'm looking to do. And in the meantime as well, I'm looking to get back into messing around in CAD a little bit too. I really like learning the CAD software and stuff like that, and doing CAD designs and designing my own frames and things like that whenever it comes to the drones, because I'm still wanting to play around with that some as well. This printer, it's doing really well. Yeah, all I got airing up here is this little camera. It's just setting up here, It sits up there just as pretty as ever. Print the part. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got to print the part for the 80XL. That'll go on the side. I haven't even done that yet. Guys, I'm gonna switch you over to the main screen for a little bit. I'm gonna step out, get me a little bit of fresh air for a minute, a little drink of water or something. Let's see. Switch you over to that scene for a little bit. Just watch it run for a minute. I'll be right back in here shortly. Hey, Maurice. Welcome to the stream, buddy. I was just fixing to step out just for a second, get me a little drink of water, a little fresh air. It's getting warm in this printer room. with this thing running behind me. If you want to chat with the guys, chat it up a little bit. I'm not running out on you. It shouldn't be going too long. I'll be right back in a moment. Phew. All right. Made it back, fellas. Sorry about that. Had to step out and get me a little drink of water. I guess now I can leave the bedroom door open in here so it won't be so hot. We got her fully enclosed. Probably hold the chamber temperature a little better now. Don't have to worry about drafts getting to it. Part looks like it's doing great. Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat here. No worries. Yes, I'm working on your presentation anyway. I hear you, Maurice. What we're presenting. Have I seen the finer mesh over the grills Steve had? I seen somebody do. I seen a YouTube video where a guy actually had showed how to do like a little screen mesh Jack Black. if you're still in here, for the skirts and all that stuff. And I think that looks really cool. I think it'll look really good on this printer too. I'd like to do that. Let's see. You did those on a SF. Needs some tricks on dual color. Going to present in Miami in a couple of weeks on automation. I hear you, buddy. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's what we're doing, ain't we? We're sitting here automating the, I guess that's what this is. Wow, those you know, with zero tuning that I have done with this printer, I mean, this thing is, it's producing outstanding prints. I mean, I couldn't be happier with this 3D printer. I mean, that part right there, it looks great. It looks great. And for the speeds that it's printing at, and I know it can print faster. If somebody that's in my chat right now and they're just sitting in the background and they're just kind of looking and observing and haven't built a Klipper boron 3D printer, I would highly recommend it if you can. It's been a great experience, and not only has it been a really great experience and a lot of fun to do, it's definitely an outstanding printer. I won't change nothing about it. I'll finish printing all the parts for it and I'll just run this thing. It's not 3D printing related. I hear you, buddy. It's all in the time you take to do it right. Yeah, yep. It sure is, Delmar. And I tried to make sure I didn't want to rush through a lot of it. I wanted to take the time to try to do it right. I watched as many build videos as I could of guys putting these things together. Like I said, when I first come across the Trident 3D printer, I guess you could say format or whatever, it was the Steve Builds videos when he done the beta kit for the LDO Trident. So it was really interesting to me as far as seeing him put that together and how it all went together. And I think I looked at him in a couple more places, and then I come across with 3D Canada's video, of course, where he just recently built his Trident. I think it was same form factor, Trident 250, and it just looked like a really great printer. So that's what made me decide to bite the bullet and start getting stuff. How's the print going? It's going great, Nuno. It's looking great. I think she's going to be fine. We're going to have us another usable part to put on this 3D printer here before too long. This is it's like a 2-hour print or something like that. Let's see, I'm on the wrong screen here. Trying to get back to my Klipper screen. So yeah, we're 44 minutes into it, and we still have another hour and 44 to go per the slicer. This is what it's showing. Steve did the LDO 300Q beta. Yeah, he did. And I really like that one. It turned out looking really great. His Ender 3 to switch wire was I think it was the first time that I'd come across Steve Builds and was actually watching his 3D printer build videos, and he had really inspired me to want to step into the boron platform and convert this Ender 3 into a switch wire. And I started 3D printing the parts for it. Got sidetracked a little bit, and then come across the Trident platform and everything, and yeah, it all went from there. It all snowballed from there. Hey, Gary T, welcome to the stream, buddy. Trident 250 is Z already quiet, big. 300 must be huge. Yeah, it's a pretty big printer compared to the little Ender 3. Even though the build volume isn't that much bigger. I don't think I have quite the Z height on the Ender 3 right now. The way I have it put together, it's just a little bit bigger. I think it's like 30 millimeters maybe. You started with Nero 3D, then to Steve. I hear you, buddy. Yeah, I like to step in and just check them guys out and what they're building and everything. I still enjoy watching the build videos. It's wild how it laid down that really thick purge line like it did. That's pretty cool. And it just put it right there in front of the printed part. You had to transport your Trident 300 on your car. Not really funny. The V0.1. You just put it in the passenger seat. Have you seen the new V24R2? Yeah, I've seen Nero. I seen Nero 3D setting in it. I think it done like a little short or something like that. So there for a while, and until the first layer, it helped me out. I can see my stream cam is working really well. Let me see. Let me get you back on my Klipper screen right here, real quick. That was about to not be good. I was fixing to. Let's see. So my little webcam, it was freezing up and doing all kinds of weird stuff, and I couldn't quite get it sorted out. And first layer, he got with me in Discord and helped me out a bunch as far as getting that set up and whatnot. But it was just freezing up, and it had only it was like a 640p like frame factor or whatever, and that's actually a 1080p camera. But basically what we set up in the I think it was in Crow's Nest, is that the name of it? Let's see, let's have a look at the configurator as far as Crow's Nest. Yeah, we set it to a 1280 by 720, and it liked that form factor right there. I had everything else set up really good in here. But for whatever reason, it wasn't liking it didn't like the 1920 by 1080p, and it didn't like the 640 either. You listened in that conversation, you did. Nero published a video earlier today, 1,000 speed with 10,000 acceleration, NEMA 23 motors and 48 volts. Wow. Wow. That thing is, yeah, that sounds ridiculously fast. Yeah, that's a good looking part. Looking great. I'll take that, fellas. I think it's going to need it. If it needs any tuning at all, it's going to be very minimal. I mean, I think everything as far as my settings go, getting it like dialed in would probably be like the slicer settings, and maybe just cutting back the flow a little bit on it, you know. Might be over extruding just a little bit, and I think that just has to do with the flow settings, and Cura, I can dial that in. But I mean, as far as like the screws and everything like that, they've been fitting really well, nice and snug. I did notice whenever I was putting the magnets in for the doors and everything that it was like really tight. So it might have been just a little over extruded. But she's looking great. Nice temp curves. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're talking about where the temperature's just kind of bouncing up and down right there, Jack Black. It's holding pretty steady at 110 on the build plate. Yeah, she's doing good. I couldn't be happier with this printer. I mean, I really couldn't. It turned out to be a really good project. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. I'm hoping I can get just as much good performance out of this Ender 3. Squeeze a little bit more out of this thing, which it won't be an Ender 3 when I'm done. It's not an Ender 3 now, but it definitely won't be an Ender 3 whenever I get done with it for this switch wire conversion that I'm going to do to it. But like I said, I'm going to finish 3D printing all the parts for this boron and get it completely, it's done. Probably finish tuning it and dialing it in, and then I'll probably start 3D printing all the parts that I want to be able to convert this Ender 3 over, and then I'll probably be jumping into that build. I've done started ordering some of the parts that I need to do the conversion. I think what I'm really wanting to do more than anything is, before I order any hardware or anything like that, I think basically really all I'd really need to do this conversion on this printer on the Ender 3 is maybe one more linear rail. I think it calls for 5, or maybe, I think it calls for 5 MGN 12 H300 millimeter linear rails. It does, I think right now it has 2. It has one, or I have 2 MGN 12 H300s in here, and it has 2 MGN 12H 350 millimeter linear rails on it, and I'll just cut those down. Pretty smooth, pretty damn smooth. Yeah, I like it. I couldn't be happier with it. It's running great. So we got all that. We got her dialed in, so we don't need none of that stuff anymore. It must have took Aaron a while to write all those macros. It's got the clean nozzle, park tool head, center of the bed. Huh. Very neat. Think I need 2 for Y? 2 motors? Delmar? Lots of trial and error, Aaron. Need two for Y and 2 for Z and 1 for X. Oh, you're talking about the linear rails. Yeah, yep. So I think it's like a total of 5 MGN 12, they're H300 linear rails. Yep. Yep. And right now I have a total of, I know, 4 MGN 12H linear rails. Like I said, 2 of them are probably about 50 millimeters too long. they're either 50 or 30 millimeters too long, but I can cut them down. That ain't a big deal to me. I think they'll cut down just nicely. But I believe right now it has the Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3. I think it's the V2 board that's in it. I have been looking at that Big Tree Tech. I think it's the Manta board that has the CB1 that's kind of designed for the Ender 3 style printers. I can't remember what it's. It's not the big board like the first layer has, but it's a little bit smaller. It's got those flat stepper drivers in them. I've been looking at that and thinking about putting that one in there. I think it'd be a nice little upgrade for it. But the board that's in it, I think it'll work just fine too as well. I know it'll run Klipper. The Manta M4P, yeah, that's it. Yep, that's it, Nuno. The Manta M4P. And basically, as far as like, I'm not going to enclose the switch wire. I'm not going to do a fully enclosed printer on it because I have this one. As far as the enclosure goes, I'm going to leave it open, and I'm going to use it just pretty much for either printing my PLA or, you know, maybe TPU parts and stuff like that. This one right here was purpose built. Yeah, the EZ board. Yep, that's it. Yeah, I thought about going with that one for it. I don't know if that'd be a nice little touch to it, but I wanted this one right here for higher temp materials. I seen that build plate that actually has the magnets built into it, and I kind of like that thing because I don't know if PEI, I don't think it's a good build plate surface to use for whenever it comes to printing like carbon fiber nylons or anything like that. So I was kind of looking at maybe different. I might be looking at a different bed option. Just use the extra on the Y. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Jack Black. Use the extra for the Y. Arkansas FPV, the newly announced V24, better be faster on release. Those aren't great numbers anymore. You don't think those are great numbers? 1,000 speed with 10,000 acceleration. For a cheap plate, Mobbot recommended the BQ plates a long time ago. You talking about like a cheap build plate for the Ender printer, or are you talking about for testing and tuning printers? I got you, Delmar. You talking about maybe putting the sheets? I got you. Add about 40,000 to the acceleration, then you talking. Yeah, that'd be super quick. I don't think it would stay on my tabletop moving that dead blade quick. You'd want to slap off of it. This one right here already shakes the table pretty good, and I tried to take it off at a piece of granite off at Lazy Susan and set it on the table so maybe it wouldn't shake it so much as it's printing, but it's still shaking it around pretty good. Instead of cutting off the extra 50, I got you. Oh, I see what you're saying. The ones that are a little longer. Yeah, that might would work. That might would work, Jack Black. Instead of having to cut them off, that might would work. I can't remember how long these dead blame linear rails were that came. They came with this little kit that come out of Texas, this Makers Development Group company. They're trying to help you build a better, I guess you could say, ender. Yeah, I think those are. Yeah, they're 350 millimeters. Use that 54 brush bucket space behind. Yeah. Yep, that might not be too bad of an idea. How long is that middle extrusion that's coming up the middle of the ender 3 here? Haven't even really looked at it. Says Arkansas FPV with the YZ and Rat Rig, it just isn't anything spectacular. Not sure why the release was so hyped. Maybe because it is huge. I don't need a printer that big, so it doesn't really get catch my attention. Arkansas FPV. I don't need one that blame big. If I can't bring it through the front door of my house, I don't think I need it. Yeah, this thing's doing good now. There's no more, I don't see any more lifting on the corners. It looks great. It's doing a great job. It's doing a great job. Incomparable printers. Definitely having it enclosed quieted it down a bunch too, because it was sounding, before I put the front doors on it, it was sounding like it was echoing a little bit. Created like a little bit of an echo chamber. Me and the wife got in here this morning and she kind of helped me out getting these little center pieces right here, dead center. If I use the ADXL, it will stop it shaking on the table. You think so? You think it will stop it? Dune? That'd be freaking cool. Somebody else said something about, with the way the table shakes, that it would probably be hard to tune with the ADXL. I don't know enough about it to know if it would help it or hurt it. I just know people use them to tune them in, so it's kind of my thoughts on it. Give it a shot. The VZ is built for speed. The Rat Rig is only that fast if you mod it, and they're way smaller than the V24. Okay, that's interesting, dude. We're gonna try it out. We, like I said, try to get all these parts run off his printer, and because I mean I'm happy with them. I think they look, the parts that are coming off of it, they look great. So I'm just gonna let it finish printing itself and run all the parts that it needs to have a complete printer, and then I'll get into tuning her in a little bit. See if we can't make it that much better. The thumbnail said, what am I missing here? The V24 is a predecessor to the V2.4 design. It was purpose-built commercial printer by Makes that he finally acquired back and did some upgrades. The thumbnail says high speed, and that it isn't. Makes us just happy it's back in his hands. Max. So this cat right here, my wife's cat, she's trying to show Charlie up in here. She wants to be the star of the show now too. I don't normally let her in here whenever I'm printing, but now I got it enclosed and I'm able to open the door. Yeah, it looks like it's running good, fellas. I don't know, so getting this Max pronounced Max, I got you. When you say Max, are you talking about is that Nuno or Nero? Let's see. We still got another hour and 20 minutes before this print's even finished, fellas. So basically the plan for me today was to get that Klipper adaptive mesh and purging set up, and we pretty much succeeded that pretty fast. That's pretty cool. Voron Max. Original designer. Oh, okay, I got you. Delmar. So he's the, yeah, I think I've seen some videos of him talking about how his project started out. I think it was like initially he'd want to build a better printer, and he did. Tried to sell them or something like that, and I guess maybe it didn't do as well as what he had hoped. So then or maybe it was because the cost to build such a good printer was going to be so much, and maybe it wasn't a very good business model. I don't know. Can't remember the whole story behind all that. But then they decided to create the open source, put everything out there for everybody to do it themselves. That's what's drawn me to the Voron platform big time. Is the fact that everything's kind of open source and out there, and there's a big community that backs it up, and a lot of people that's there and willing to help. Willing to help along the way, and you wind up with an outstanding printer. Steve and Nero built the last kits. Thank God we have LDO making full and partial kits. So, Delmar, are you talking about the Voron LDO kits? I think the thing that kind of pulled me away from the LDO kits was Well, of course it was the cost all in one chunk, but they didn't come with the hot end or the actual Pi controller, or none of the 3D printed parts to actually build it. You'd had to do all that stuff yourself, which is pretty much what I did anyway. But it may have been cheaper. I need to sit down and really look and see how much more it cost me to source all the parts like I did compared to if I'd have bought a kit that had everything in it. I probably did pay a little bit more for it like that due to shipping and whatnot. But at the same time, maybe I didn't. And I was able to get everything that I really wanted and put it in here instead of just getting what they give me. Or what came in the kit. Max made the original Voron kit, or DK, Steve, and Nero built the last ones made. Oh, okay, I got you. Voron builds are a ton easier to source than the rest. That's what got you. Yeah, I don't know, like, we got rat rigs and all these other things that are out there. I don't know a whole lot about all that stuff. I don't know if it is a rat rig an open source style like kit or idea, or is it I don't know. Inception. You learn more with the wiring. The key of the LDO kit is pre-made wire harness and guides. Yeah, I learned a whole lot more with the wiring in this one. And to be honest, I like the fact that I did do it myself. I was able to shorten the wires as short as I wanted them. And to be honest, I mean, I really didn't need any. I don't need any raceways in here. I mean, it's very clean. There's nothing really hanging down underneath. I mean, it looks really clean underneath this printer. I could probably zip tie like that large wire loom that come down from the tool head and coming into the actual controller board. Zip tie those together. But other than that, that's it. Rat rig is a tank. You definitely bow to him going in the way he did with the 80XL. That wiring wasn't that big of a deal, Arkansas FPV. It was kind of therapeutic. Just coming back here after work and just crimping and stripping and crimping. You don't want to crimp anymore ever. I kind of like it, especially So David Vera, I don't know if you'd seen him. Oh shoot! Let's see if I can find him here. I don't know if you got to see him, Arkansas FPV. Now, had I had to crimp all this stuff with the recommended crimpers, yeah, it would have probably been a bad day. But so David Vera got in here and he recommended these crimpers right here. And I got to tell you, these iWis crimpers right here, you started to like crimping more since you got the iWis 2820s. And these right here, these are the iWis 3220s, and they crimp the whole thing in one shot. Let me see. Get you dialed in here. Get you a little closer. Come on. Fix. There you go. So if you look, see how thick that is right there? In there? It gets it all at one shot. Already they 30/20s? My eyes are terrible. They say 32/20. Yeah, they say 32/20. Nuno. Patience is a virtue he wasn't gifted. Hell, I have a lot of patience. Yeah, these things right here, though, that ratcheting deal, you know, it don't let you over crimp them. Like the very first crimp I ever made, I pretty much used my crimpers as a wire cutter. You had to do the complete harness for the solid fork build. Yeah, these right here, when David Vera suggested it, he kept coming in my threads and saying, hey man, I'm telling you, get the iOS 32/20s, it's a game changer. It's a game changer. And so I looked at them and found them on Amazon, and sure enough, they were definitely a big game changer for me. I mean, beautiful crimps. I don't think I had a bad crimp yet out of them. I'm gonna be happy whenever I get to go into this Ender 3 and actually straighten up some of the ugly mess that's going on in there. Yeah, these are 32/20s. iOS 32/20M. But I would highly recommend these if you're crimping wires or crimping connectors and stuff like that. I would highly recommend those as well. And I'm not trying to push a product on anybody on my channel. They don't nobody sponsor or promote this channel. So you always pay for quality tools. Yeah. Definitely quality is going to make life a whole lot easier. When I can, I definitely will. Get out. Get your butt out from back there. Get out from back there. Yeah, them iOS 32/20s, they made short work of that crimping job pretty easy. I look forward to using them again. They literally made me look forward to crimping. Things just shaking the fire at this table. I'm hoping I can get this carbon fiber nylon right here dried out to where I can finally use it. I'm hoping this filler dryer right here does its job for me too as well. I got it cranked all the way up. I think I'm gonna let it dry I'm gonna leave it in that filler dryer for probably about 8 hours. It calls for this carbon fiber nylon through the manufacturer. I got it through 3DX Tech. It calls for, I think, like 4 hours of drying at 90°C. I think as high as this filler dryer goes up is 70°C. So I'm gonna let it dry for about 8 hours. I'll probably let it dry overnight. We'll see if we can't get it dried out and actually print something with it. What am I printing with that filament, Nuno? I'm hoping to be able to use it to print some drone frames with it and try it out. I know it's really lightweight. The carbon fiber nylon is. I noticed I was able to squeeze a little, print it with the box and still drying. Yeah, I thought about doing that too. I'm gonna let it dry as long as I can, and hopefully squeeze all the moisture out of it I can. I can see inside this dryer box right here. It's showing 10%. It's showing 10% humidity inside the box. Whenever I first got it here at the house, before I plugged it in, I just got it today. But I plugged it in, which it was already giving me a reading on the LCD screen. It was showing like 47% humidity. As soon as I cranked it up, it dropped down to like 10% humidity inside that box. So I'm gonna dry it as long as I can. I'll probably just let it dry overnight. Just leave it in there. This filament it was super wet whenever I tried to print with it. I mean, it sounded like I was frying eggs inside my hot end, or frying bacon in it. It was so wet. So I'm gonna dry it for as long as possible, and then I might try to run it through this old Boron right here. But yeah, Nuno, I'm wanting to print drawing frames with it. I'm hoping. I like how that stuff hides the layer lines really well, and I know it's super rigid and really strong. It's temperature resistant and like chemical resistant, stuff like that. It has a lot of properties that I kind of like to see. 10 is as low as that can show. It may be less. Yeah, it might be. It's only been drying in this filler dryer box for, well, since I started the stream. Actually, it had just showed up here at the house at I think like 11:30. So right before I went on, I got it out of the box, set it up, throw the filament in there, and just letting it dry. I can definitely tell it's a lot hotter than that old I can't remember the name of this Sunloo filler dryer. Getting a little warmer in there. I like how it has a little exhaust fan, so it's recirculating new air into it. Swap the dryer display out with one that shows humidity and temp. That's cool. That's freaking cool. I have to try that out. I like how it just stays running. You know, it don't have all that crazy push button stuff. I don't know if you guys have used these freaking filler dryers right here. I mean, they do good for, I guess you could say PLA or something like that, or your TPU. But these little buttons right here on those things can be a little annoying. And then it only has a set timer on it too. With this one right here, I don't have to worry about it. I just cut it on and dry as long as I want, or as long as I'm printing. And I think that's cool. It's looking good, fellas. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary. Eyeboss is nice. Yeah, so I was looking like crazy. I was hoping to try to find one that would get a little bit hotter, because like I said, the manufacturer for this filament called for 90°C at about 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours if it's really wet. I'm not going to be able to reach those temperatures, but I know that this Sunloo filler dryer, it only goes up to like 55°C. This one right here will go up a little bit hotter, 70. So, like I said, if I could just leave it in here for maybe 8 hours or so, or just leave it in there and let it dry, like you said, Delmar, as it's printing, I'm gonna try it out again. See if we can get this stuff to print one day, really soon. I got a drone frame that I designed in CAD, and I'm wanting to 3D. I've been wanting to try it out in that filament right there, because I know it'd be really strong. 10% humidity is quite dry already. I don't know. I don't understand why the filament was like, it was so wet whenever I tried printing it in that ender. Of course I was trying to print it open air, and this has been a while back. I tried drying it on the bed. It didn't work out for me too well. Like I said, it sounded like there was eggs or bacon frying inside the hot end, so I knew it was, and it just printed like crap. It looked terrible. It almost looked like foam. That's what it's showing though. It's showing 10%. That might be the humidity inside the filler dryer box. It's probably not. Surely that filament ain't that dry yet. There ain't no way. I wouldn't think it would be. It's nylon. Watch my box nylon video. Nylon is the devil with moisture. Yeah, so it was Modbot who inspired me to get the borosilicate glass and try 3D printing carbon fiber nylon on an open air 3D printer. And like I said, I haven't been successful with it yet. I haven't had any luck with it. This has been the one filament that I've struggled the most with to get a good print off of it. I was able to get this little flight controller mount that I had designed in CAD for one of my drones. I was able to get it printed, but I was having all kinds of issues with it. It just looked terrible. But I noticed that it was like, it felt super light in my hand, and I like that. Yeah, it's only reading the air. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, Delmar. It was only reading the air more, or the air temperature. What? Yeah, I'm a little bit did the music's done, it's done stopped playing again, ain't it? Yep. And I could have swore I put it on a loop. I don't understand that. Yeah, it's on a loop. Maybe I don't have it on monitor. You guys hearing the music? He's doing some PC carbon fiber and drying in that same box. You can see the moisture on the plastic spool coming out. No, you don't hear no music, Dune? That's weird. Why is that? You're listening? You hear the music, Nuno? So I got it on monitor and output, but I'm not hearing it. Delmar says he hears music. I wonder why I'm not hearing it. Arduino Nano and DHT sensors about $10, $14 for better monitoring. Yeah, music. Oh, okay, got you. All right. I don't know why I ain't hearing it. Unless you're dreaming. Oh, I see what it is. When I turn my volume up over here on my speakers, it creates an echo on my microphone. That's what it is. It's low, it's fine. Jack Black don't want to hear the music. We still got a ways to go before this thing finishes. If you guys want to sit here with me throughout all this, I'll keep the stream running. But basically, that was the gist of the stream, was to get that Klipper adaptive mesh and purging and all that stuff going. And we achieved that goal pretty quick. Probably could have picked a print that wouldn't have took as long. Maybe that 80XL mount. We'd have been done with that. So something that's not it seems like it's not saving is whenever I change my LED colors. I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the beginning of the stream, like right here, I had these LEDs programmed like a blue, and it looks like my nozzle LEDs are still the same. This one right here, it's like it's not storing that for some reason, where I change those. And whenever I change them on the actual Klipper screen, I guess, or the main cell config, it doesn't offer me a save and restart. So I'm thinking that might be my problem. But I'm actually doing it right there from the dashboard. It's kind of weird. I have to change it my default value in the config for the display. I got you. It will default to the colors at the bottom of the Stealth Burner LED config. I got you. Alright. So that's why it keeps going back. I keep changing them and it keeps bumping them back to a different color. Here it looked like that for your original V0 screen. It will always revert to what is defined. I got you. Huh. Every time I restart, yeah. That's what's happening with it. Every time I restart it, it just runs. It seems to go right back. Nuno, we putting you to sleep again with our music, buddy. And the silence is deafening. Yeah, it's showing it. It's showing it right here, green. See that, right? But it's red. Does that make any sense? You can add a macro to change the stealth burner LED color on your print. Start config me. Haha. Oh, we got a ways to go yet. Still got another 52 minutes before this thing's done. 50 minutes. Another hour. Another hour. So it's the wrong color, yeah. Yeah, if you look down here, see the Big Tree Tech Mini 12864, showing it's green right there. It's actually red right now. It's kind of weird. Is it configured correctly? That's a good question. Probably not. Probably not. Why? I wouldn't put it past me, Nuno. I mean, you did see my macros, or not my macros, but my printer config file whenever I first started trying to program this thing, right? Can you show the LCD config? Yeah, sure can. Let's check it out. Right here. So we got the stealth burner LEDs. Not sure what all that stuff is. It's stuff that we kind of borrowed from Aaron. Well, maybe they're I'm looking for them in the wrong place here, because this is all just for the. Where did I turn the? There we go. There's the LCD. I was in the wrong place, Nuno. Sorry about that. Yeah, here we are right here. So it says color order RGB. Get out back here. Cat's over here trying to mess around where she ain't supposed to. It says to control the NeoPixel RGB in the mini display. So I don't know why the chain count and all that. I don't know why I put chain count down here for 3. Unless that's something. The order of the LED is backwards, if you remember. Yeah, it's okay. Yep. You think it's GBR, green, blue, red, Jack Black, or RGBW? I know that that's the. Uh-oh. I don't know why I done that. Back down here to it. Display. So the initial says red 1. I don't know what that's all about, or that chain count. Display, maybe that's what it is. So you got the index 1 is display, index 2 and 3 is the knob. Maybe. It's all set to red, and that's what we did initially. Because I told David Vera, I said I wanted it to be red, and I think I changed. Yep, you're talking about down here, and that's why it's doing that, ain't it? Yep. So if I just put a 0 right there, save and close it at the end of this print, and I save and restart, I'd be able to. I'd probably be able to just change it from the screen right there, the main cell screen or Klipper screen or whatever you want to call it. That makes sense. Yep. This is what you're talking about. It's all set to red. That's why it keeps going back, ain't it? Something in the order was not intuitive. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It must be that. So if I set it to 0, save and close at the end of this print, I could probably set it to whatever I want from the main screen right there. I think that's what Delmar was telling me the other day. I ain't mistaken. Just gonna save and close. We'll see what happens. See, now it's showing it as red. Just after me doing that in the dashboard, yeah. Now, I don't know enough about this stuff that it would make any difference, but you probably wouldn't want to be playing around with that too much, like in the mid-print, would you? Or it doesn't really matter. I see it as red now, though. I need to add one on the green. If it's all set to 0, it won't turn on in the LED, you believe. Huh. So if all this is set to 0, it's not even coming on at all. Is what you're telling me, Nuno? So there has to be a 1. I wonder why it has. So this, I guess this index right here, that's the chain, right? So the first LED, the second one, and the third one. Oh, Lord have mercy. We'll get it straightened out here after she's done printing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do much with it right now while it's printing. Yes, change to 1 on green. Yep. It's for the screen and button LEDs. Yeah. So what about the blue? Would you want a 1 beside all of it? That's a long delay, I swear. Really long delay. we want green, just change it on the green. Nah, we don't want I don't want just green. I'd like to be able to just change it to whatever I want. And I'm thinking, so maybe I can just, at the end of the print, maybe just adjust the color and maybe it'll save it. Or I might want blue. Kind of like the blue, it looked good. And that's what I had it set at the start of the stream, was blue. Okay. Should be able to change on the fly. You think so? Definitely ain't. That changed from green to red. Oh yeah, it changed it just now. It's back to blue now. Yep, it's back to blue. Let me change out here. Change your view. See it down there? Now it's blue. I kind of like that red and blue showing together there. If it's sending the commands, it should. Yeah, it did. We're changing the color and show you the console. Yep, it's doing it now. Yep. Yep, it's blue now. Looks good. I like that blue right next to that red on that. That just looks good to me. So we got about 34 more minutes and this thing will be done. We might have us a completed part, fellas. $30 more minutes. There is absolutely, I don't see any lifting on the corners. I would go as far as to be brave enough to load a build plate up on this thing now. It's fully enclosed. You notice that it bugs sometimes when I change the color like that. Probably that was a problem. What do you mean by it bugs? Yep, looks good. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if I ain't got a whole bunch of stuff off. haywire and crossing this thing. As far as the firmware goes, or the software, whatever you want to call it. I'm pretty confident that, that I have it built completely inside out. I swear, when these spools of filament, when they get down here close to the end and you can't really see how much filament you have left on them anymore, it's like they just seem to run forever. They're like the never-ending spools, and I don't want to run them slam out. I mean, I couldn't tell you how much filament's left on it. I know it's less than 200 on this one, and less than 200 on that one. I hate to get in the middle of a print like this right here that takes a couple hours, or a 3-hour long print, and then it just runs slap out on me. You can weigh the empty spool, and when it's left, loaded, subtract to get the amount of material on it. The slicers will tell you how much material will be needed. Okay, I like that, Thunder Keys. I was trying to figure out some way to figure that out. So whenever I run one out empty, I'll just weigh it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like that. Yep. We almost got us apart. She's running good. Make sure you have the correct filament density set in the slicer. Yeah, 1.75. I'm pretty sure I do. See, now you got me questioning myself. I'm pretty sure I said that right, Nuno. I hope so. See, now I gotta look. Let me close this out here. I'm having a look at the slicer here. I got the nozzle set correctly. Let's see here. Settings. Printer. printers. Profiles. Materials. Here we go. Yep. Yeah, we got her set right. Yep, 1.75. I don't have the exact material selected that I'm using. Density, not diameter. Oh, okay. I got you. Let me go back. Printer. Manage printers. Profiles. Materials. Yeah. I don't know. We got the filament weight right here, 2,300 grams. I'm not sure if that's... I ain't really messed with none of that in the slicer, you know. I guess it would help you keep track of it really well, wouldn't it? It's the weight in grams per... Alright. I'm not mistaken, yeah. Yeah, that's where it is in mine. Chugging along. Chugging right along. I'm going to let it run out. If the density is not set correctly, the estimated weight used will not be correct. Okay. Well, we got the diameter right. Now usually all my filament in here is 1.75. It's 1 kilogram. Most of the spools I have in here are either 750 grams or 1 kilogram, I think. Doing great. Density of PLA is 1.24. You believe ABS is 1.04. Yeah, where would you find that at? Density. Where did you find that? That's the first time I've ever really heard anybody talking about getting the density correct. You know, to be honest, I mean, I get it. You'd want to have it set correctly so you keep track of your filament. Just back in the settings, printer, manage printers. Materials. Yeah, so the density for the ABS in here is 1.03. I don't really And for this printer right here, or this print that I sliced, it's 2.5 hours. It says it was going to use 23 grams. Not sure in Cura. Yeah, in Cura it's got as far as the properties of this filament, and I just select a random ABS just to get a basic profile whenever I slice this, and this Emotion Tech or something like that. Ain't even what I'm using. They have Polymaker, I think, in here as a filament, but they don't have the Polymaker ABS. I think it's like PLA or something like that. This is a completely different filament. Like I said, I just kind of used it as a base profile for ABS, and then changed all my settings and everything once I sliced it. But as far as the information on the materials and the material that I have selected right now, it is showing the density at 1.03. The diameter is 1.75. I ain't put in a cost on it. I haven't really never messed with any of this stuff. I guess I could do like Thunder Keys said. I could probably weigh the spool. Yeah, I could weigh the spool prior to printing. It wouldn't take the number in the slicer as gospel. It gives you a rough guess if you have enough. Yeah, to finish a given print. Yeah. So that's really good. Really good info there. So what I could probably do is like weigh the filament before print. The whole spool. Maybe put that in there. I could change it later, like whenever I start up with a whole new spool or something like that. Yeah. Usually it's slightly more than the estimate for you, at least. Yeah. Oh, we're getting closer. Getting a whole lot closer. Yeah, I work on. There's so much stuff that I still have to work on and getting all this stuff set up. If I search on TH Discord, there's some common spool weights already listed, full and empty. For example, in the Sparta 3D channel. Okay, heck yeah. Well, we're about to have a spool. One of these two spools right here is fixing to empty out real soon and be completely done. I'm going to run them. I'm going to run this Polymaker ABS until it's completely gone before I actually try to switch over to that eSun ABS, because I haven't never printed anything with it. I know how this. I got a really good idea how this Polymaker ABS is going to react, and it usually does, or it has done very well for me. When it comes to the eSun ABS, I don't know how it's going to react, and I don't even know if the color, I don't know if the black's going to match well enough. It should. I mean, it's black, but you just never know. I know there's different types of blacks out there. People use different pigments and stuff for black. Sometimes you got like I guess you could say like a warm black or a cold black, which, you know, they might use bluer colors to get to the black or whatever, or they might use browns. I hate for the colors not to match. Ain't nothing prettier than a new printer printing well. I'm telling you, I couldn't be happier with it. It's come a long ways, and for me, it's been a lot of work because I haven't really been able to just come in here and just sit down stay on it for days or hours at a time, you know. And plus me just trying to make sure I live stream most of the stuff that's been going into this and just share it with the community. A lot of the processes and whatnot. So it's taking a lot longer than normal. Polymaker ABS is back in stock on Amazon now. I couldn't find none on. I went to order some the other day, Thunder Keys, and I couldn't find anywhere on Amazon. So I wound up ordering the eSun. I wasn't sure when it was going to be back in. And they got the black. That's awesome. Well, hopefully I don't run out before I finish the rest of this build. I still got a little bit left on the ender right here. It ain't much. And I've got just a little bit more than what I have on the ender on this one. So I'm going to run this, I'm going to run these spools until they're empty. That way I'll have it, like you said, I'll have an empty spool to be able to weigh against what I have left. Maybe I can get an idea of how much filament I do have. It's a great idea. And then I'll probably just make sure I go ahead and start getting that stuff set up in the Cura slicer too. That way I can start, keeping track of it. And the cool thing that I really like about Klipper as well, it even kind of helps you keep track of that stuff too, to a certain extent. Yeah. We're about to have us a finished part. We are 93% there. So I'm trying to decide on, like, the Ender 3 that I have in here. It has a micro Swiss hot end on it. And I haven't seen anything in the, as far as in the Voron STL files or whatnot for the Stealth Burner and the actual micro Swiss hot end. So I'm not sure if I want to put the Stealth Burner on the Ender 3 to switch wire conversion, or do I want to put the Stealth Burner on it and just switch out the hot end. You'd recommend the TFT 50 with KB3D. You talking about that 5-inch LCD touchscreen Delmar? Don't forget to also print self-replacement parts once you get it tuned in case the part cracks. Don't want to be down and have to go back to the Ender. Oh yeah. Yeah. Probably ought to print me a whole bunch of replacement parts. Just in case. It's not a bad idea either, Thunder Keys. Because once I tear that Ender down, this is going to be my primary printer. And I am a firm believer in one is none and two is one. So if I only got one printer, I might as well not have a printer. If I got two, I know I at least got one. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. Hopefully the parts don't crack though. Which particular micro Swiss? The all metal. I got the all metal hot end micro Swiss. It was like right when they first come out with them. It's a direct replacement for the original hot end that came on the Ender 3s. I haven't seen anything that I could use that hot end in a Stealth Burner tool head. I might be wrong, but I haven't been able to find anything like that. And I also have the BL Touch on this thing too as well. And I know I've seen different printers like with the Afterburner tool head that actually has the BL Touch, the Micro Swiss. I even have the LGX, the Bondtech LGX extruder in here that I could put on this printer. On the Ender 3 conversion, switch wire conversion. So that might would be a good little tool head to build out for the switch wire conversion. To just go with a little Afterburner tool head. That's kind of what I was thinking. You mean, is it the side mount Micro Swiss? I'm not sure what you mean. I've never seen a side mount Micro Swiss. I don't know. It resembles the actual original hot end that came in the Ender 3. It's just better. It's all metal. Pretty much aluminum. Oh yeah, if you mean it, yeah, the side mount, yeah, it's got the, I get what you're saying, Delmar, now that I think about it. Yeah, the screws, so you got the hot end right here, yeah, the screws go on the side, not the top, so it mounts through the side. Yep. I didn't know they made a top mount. That was one of the first mods that I did to this Ender 3. Was change the hot end out to an all metal hot end. The NG. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Delmar, the NG. She's about to finish up, fellas, I think. We're 95% of the way. Put the camera on it. Good luck in seeing it. We can try to put the camera on it if you want. Let me see. Pop this off. Get ready to fly. This is that tool head. I'd have to take that fan cover off. I don't know if that helps you out at all, but it mounts. It's got two screws that mounts into the side. I don't know if you can see it down in there. It's a little dirty. It's time for a rebuild on this thing. Oh, that one. Yeah, it's probably one of the first ones, I guess. I don't know. It's old. I don't think that one's going to go in a stealth burner. Not that I've seen. So I thought about, I know that they make I know that there's probably like a STL file I can get for the Afterburner and be able to get it mounted. I'm pretty sure people were running those in some of the earlier bull rods and stuff like that. And like I said, basically this printer, you know, the switch wire or the ender wire conversion or whatever, it's only going to be running, you know, lower temp materials anyway, my TPU and PLA. So you thought you meant the newer one that came out last year. You think you've been studying in and out, but what was the printer we just saw? It used to be an Ender 3. It used to be an Ender 3. It's a heavily modded Ender 3 now. Oh, drifting. Yeah, it's a Ender 3 Pro. It started out its life as an Ender 3 Pro, and then it wound up becoming. It's got the full mods from Maker's Development Group, It's a little, I guess, a group of engineers out of Texas. They wanted to make the Ender 3 better and faster for people, and so they created a little mod and stuff for it. It basically changes the board, the screen, and converts it all to all linear rails, all metal hot end, dual gear extruder. Yeah, it's done pretty good, but it just ain't really, I don't think it's been as good of a printer as it could have been, or can be. That's awesome. Yeah. Check Discord. That's the newer one. You was thinking of. All right, I'll check you out a bit more. See what you're looking at. Oh, okay, yeah. No, it ain't got that one on there. Nope. No, it ain't that one. Looks like it had 2 X rails. So it does. Here, let me show you guys this again. Everybody's always asking me about this printer. So it started out life as an Ender 3 Pro. I took all the, it's got dual screws in the back for the Z's. I mean, it's not a bad printer at all. It's done really well, but see, you got a screw back here. It's got dual motors back here for the Z. Basically took the extruder off from around here, you put it on here, and made it a direct drive. It kept the, I guess you could say, like the Ender style form factor of, you know, your X and all that. I was able to reuse the belts that was on the Ender. Basically what came in the kit from them was, well, you can buy it in different ways. You can buy the rails, then you can do one mount or one mod at a time. You can do the X axis or the Y axis. It's got two. It used to have 2 linear rails on the bottom. One of them's actually running the boron right now. You can see where I robbed it. And the problem I run into with the 2 linear rails on this one was it actually has an aluminum block up in here that mounts to the, mounts the bed, but it was having binding issues. So I've always, that aluminum block right there is plenty to hold this bed. Yeah, it's got a little flex to it, but it's not that bad. And it's basically just running off 1 linear rail on the side at the moment. It's got 2, these are MGN 9. Everything else is MGN 12s. Looks like it had 2 X rails. So yeah, it does. It's got 2 rails on the X, but it doesn't. It's not running. It's just they're both mounted, or the tool head is actually mounted to 2. A little bit overkill. It didn't need all that. And this is a, I guess it needed the 2 Z motors and then to be able to lift this whole system right here. It's kind of a heavy little system. It doesn't do bad. I mean, we put a new board in it. It does have the little touch screen on it. The thing I don't like is it actually took the power supply. It took it off from right here. If you know, on the original Ender, it moved it down here, and then you put this Z motor and screw and all that stuff on this side right here. You had to have a special mount for it. But here's the thing. You did the whole Klipper swap and Kevin Chasm belted Z mod, Frankenstein BMO setup, still swapping the linear rails on Z and Y, X is already done, and you stuffed it in a styrofoam lines cardboard box. I hear you, man. So my biggest gripe about this whole mod right here is this. You know, damn, let me see if I can get the camera and get it back there without unplugging it. If you look back here, you see how the wires are just laying across that motor right there. So and sometimes in the past I've been sitting there home in the bed, and you see how it comes back. I used to have a drag chain on this little wire back here, and that was sitting there getting hung. Sometimes these wires right here, as the tool head's moving around, they're rubbing an awful lot on the, you know, it might be rubbing on the bed or on that motor, and I don't like that at all. The motors, you know, the wires hanging down from this side, they ain't nothing clean about that. And that was the biggest thing that turned me off about it. I mean, I like everything else as far as it being, you know, direct drive, all the linear rails and everything like that. But it just, I know that the switch wire is going to clean up a whole lot better than that. You have a constant problem with those. Yeah, we're gonna convert that one over. We're gonna make it a full. It's gonna be a Voron. It's not gonna be a Ender anymore. It's not gonna be a Makers Development Group mod. It's gonna be we're gonna make it a Voron switch wire. Whenever it's said and done, it should be a full-on. It won't be nothing different. When you went to the 48mm stepper-on line motors, they had longer leads, which kind of helped. Yeah, the stepper-on line motors are the ones that's what I'm running for the A and B drives on this one. And yeah, those the wires they were long enough to go all the way down to the bottom. Had I not screwed up trying to cut some of those little zip ties off, I wouldn't have that little connector put in this one. Yep, it's about to wrap up, fellas. You're also looking to go switch wire, but don't allow for a second printer. And there she is. Finished up. Somebody put a camera in the way. Swing this around for a second. Just let that cool down. It's stuck really well, and that's what I find is pretty cool about this. So I can sit there and just let it cool all the way down, and they'll come right off. Let's see. I'll leave that open for a little bit. You just struggle with CAN bus. You're looking to go to switch wire, but don't allow for a second printer at the moment. Don't allow for a second printer at the moment. Just struggle with CAN bus. Yeah, I get you with the budget, man. So I'm not going to be jumping right into this switch wire anytime soon. Basically, for the most part, I got most of the parts that I need. I'll still need one more linear rail, I think. And I am thinking about going with a different board. I don't know. I ain't decided with that one yet. And like I said, I would like to get it completely tore down and just kind of inventory all my hardware and stuff like that I have. Once I'm done with this one, I'll have some stuff left over. Just kind of see how much hardware I might need, because I got a lot of M3 and M5 screws and T-nuts and hammerhead T-nuts and all that stuff that's in here. So I'd like to see exactly what I might would need to get all this together. You mean you did succeed? So you got it going, the CAN bus. See the CAN bus on the struggle bus. The struggle CAN bus. Let it cool in the chamber and you can run a chance of cracking at the temp chamber. Yeah. Yeah, we'll let her cool on down there. What's cool though is that, like, I noticed that as I've been printing these parts and stuff like that, that I can come in here after it's been setting for a little bit, and I can just walk right in there after it's cooled completely down, just grab it right off that sheet. You did a test. You did a test mock-up on your desk. So yeah, we got our skirt piece printed, guys, and you know, I may just what's very sketchy looking there, Aaron? Forward channel, you now have a steak / hamburger spike with every print now. The purge line, yeah, it does look like one, don't it? But that bed's hot. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. Yeah, it's a pretty good purge line. I like that. Make sure you're getting a filament out there. Let's see what we're looking at here, Aaron. You sent it to me or Delmar? Oh wow. What you got there? That's a big Tree Tech board, ain't it? Is that the SKR Mini, Aaron? It almost looks like my SKR Mini. Delmar saw it. Fabrico's Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was sitting there looking at it. Is that the SKR Mini? You used an old SKR Mini to test since you needed a MCU for mock-up. I hear you, buddy. So I still have the old board that came with my Ender 3 and the original screen that came with it. I hear it cooling down in there. It's letting itself go from the build plate. It's wild how that stuff just shrinks down and just starts kind of self-releasing there. Yeah, that looks like the board that I have in my my Ender 3. So you was just testing it all out? It looks like you just seeing how it's going to work or how it will work. You've seen it on Fabrico just cool. Perfect testing setup. No water, glass inside. Yeah, I can hear it cooling down and releasing itself. It's still pretty hot. Flash it all and configure it. So I got lucky whenever I was doing my my octopus board for this printer right here. For some reason, and it's got a lot to do with me being a little bit computer illiterate. My computer, I got it fixed now where it's not doing it anymore. Took me a while to get it squared away. I had to do some weird stuff, but anyway, all my BIM files and things like that, it was trying to open in some kind of a viewer. The computer was always wanting to designate it to open in something. So whenever I would configure my firmware in the CB1, you know, for my Klipper firmware for my board, my octopus board, it was I guess designating that file for a certain app in my computer to open up with, and it wouldn't flash the firmware to the board because of that. So I wound up having to flash my board with the bootloader and through the actual CB1, and instead of using the method of where you put the firmware on the SD card and then put it in the board and let it flash like that. That didn't work for me. I wound up having to flash it through the actual CB1. So that was really interesting. Started with 5 volts, 24 volts, and it worked great. But yeah, I got the firmware flashed to the board, and I seen it was flashing, and it's been fine ever since. So now I know how to flash these octopus boards, I guess you could say through the Pi. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but it ain't that bad. There we go. Just reach in there and grab it right off. Yeah. Not a bad part. I want this thing focused. So there we go, fellas. Nice. Yep. It's doing great. It's doing really, really good. So now we got we've got her set up, and we just got a successful print off of it, and I think I'm gonna pretty much call that the end of the stream, guys. I appreciate y'all sitting in here with me, but I don't know what I'm gonna do for the next process here. So we got the purge line set up, the adaptive mesh. I guess we could probably go in and try to figure out how to get this ADXL set up, and because probably by the time we come back, maybe I'll have all the parts printed for it, have all the skirts put on it, hopefully have the exhaust filter put in it, all the parts printed for that, and that would be the next step, is just getting her set up and getting it ready for a little bit more finer tuning. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I appreciate y'all sitting in here with me. But I believe that's we're gonna call that a success. You guys have a good rest of your Saturday.